Did a little bit of prep work before stream this morning, though. We're kind of sort of ready just to go ahead and unlock monorail train technology. I set this thing up because I had this, like, storage container here that was basically full of biomass. And I was like, I need to turn that into solid biofuel stuff, and I got a thing set up for that. It just basically comes in. Biomass heads around to skip this first step, the first step being turning leaves into more biomass, and then they both just come together into this guy to make solid biofuel. That's it, that's all. The wood just kind of shortcuts the entire thing, so I can throw wood and mulch and all sorts of garbage into this container and it just pops out on this end. Which, doing pretty okay on, apparently. I got wood skipping because I think the wood I'd like to see about using for charcoal burning one day when we unlock that. Motion blur's off. We're good. I just have to on-off it and then save. I don't have to, like, on-save, off-save. That's how dumb the thing is right now. I don't know how they've managed it. I can tell it's off, though. Oof. Oh yeah, I also changed at least one of the blueprints for the road to the newer style. Since I think I'm gonna be going for this, I might tinker with it a little more. I haven't fully decided. But just the windows on the one side, because this opposite side would have the zoop. I think this is what I go with. But again, I might tinker with it a little bit eventually to get it all sorted. Was there anything else? I don't think there was much else that I did. I mean, I got this built, I suppose. It's Mama Murphy's solarium. It is very bright, though. I'm warning you now. I'm going in. I'm going in. We're in. It's nice in here. It's calming. Soothing. Kinda fun to look at. Yeah. So that's a thing. I thought I'd have a fun with some of the polished concrete stuff and some of the new shapes that I've got. We're expecting brighter? Yeah, me too, honestly, but like I could turn it into just like without the background. But it doesn't really get any brighter at all, so I thought, alright, well, maybe with some motion? So it just kind of looks a little trippy in here now. Ah, that's a thing. Kind of fun with the somewhat reflective surface. It just doesn't... You can really see how it's handling occlusion. This game is like actually put together with twist ties. Like, it's kind of disgusting. It has to cheat so damn hard just to have somewhat okay performance. I don't know what the hell they've got going on behind the scenes here. They have to fudge so many things just so it can run proper. God damn it. There was something that I did, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was a small thing anyway, whatever it was. Oh. Our power situation's still looking good. I didn't unlock the new pipes, and I didn't get the coal expanded upon. Didn't do that. Chains, however, can be unlocked. Oh, I remember what it was.
Milestone reached. A new set of buildings and vehicles needed for long-range transportation has been made available.
I'm ready
In
to
addition
research hard
building
drive to
power
scan.
conduction, rails-based transit ensures increased efficiency and reliability for both the transport of pioneers and cargo.
There we go. Radio signal scanning. So what's actually new here? That was mostly just hand making a bunch of heavy modular frames, which took an oddly long amount of time, but I plan on getting that automated here. What with trains, because my plan is to generally get trains to deliver. I gotta head out, find an area for it, but we're gonna make a bunch of steel in a factory, steel beams, and we're gonna have the train over the steel beams, and then those steel beams can be turned into screws wherever that needs to be done. We'll just make them in-house because moving screws along belts seems like a terrible idea. So we'll just do it that way. Move freight cars from station to station. 25 to 110 megawatts of power to drive must be built on a railway. And then the freight cars. Loaded and loaded at freight platforms. 32 slot capacity depending on the resources. Ah yeah, okay. Because it can also move fluids. Drive to and stop at the train station. Connect power to power trains on the railway as well as transport power to other stations. The freight platform to load up the freight. Loading and unloading options set. Same thing for fluid. Empty platform for when you need some extra space. Ooh, boy, that's big. Empty platform with catwalk. Okay. And railway. Transport trains in a reliable and fast manner. Has a wide turn angle, so make sure to plan it out properly. Oh yeah. I mean, how would I... Okay, I guess it just kind of like turns itself, because I can't like scroll wheel to make it go. Okay, sure. That's a pretty big fat thing though. Definitely not fitting on the highway, but that also wasn't really the intent. This will have to have its own crazy connect thing going on. Direct movement of trains to avoid collisions and bottlenecks. Create blocks between each other. When a train is occupying such a block, other trains will be unable to enter it. Signals are directional. And able to move against the direction, so make sure to set up signals in both directions for bi-directional railways. For bi-directional railways and complex intersections, like a block signal, trains reserve a specific path through it rather than a block. And will only enter the block if the path allows them to fully pass through it. Right. Okay. Goodness knows what it costs because the UI doesn't work that way, I guess. Apparently. Very nice. Fantastic. Okay, well, it seems to not be terribly expensive regardless. I'm assuming just like a computer? Yeah, one computer. Okay, well, a locomotive and I guess like a couple freight cars, and then we'll be needing a couple freight platforms. Would I need a train station if it needs to be connected to a powered railway to function? Like, do I even need a train station? I guess I need at least one, I suppose. And then just like a bajillion railways. We'll say 500 railways. So we still gotta make some of this stuff by hand. That's Time to learn train signaling for the workers and resources return stream. Yeah, fucking right. Man, that game's got issues. Holy shit. I think that's one of those games where it's like, it's really good after you spend the 20 hours to play it and figure out how it works, but like, that doesn't mean the game's any good then if it takes that much fucking homework to figure out. It's just, bad design start for that. If you enjoy it though, awesome. For 29 of these. There we are. Let's get stuff. And also clean up a little bit. Don't think I need any silica, like, at all. Don't think I need straight quartz crystal unless I'm making some signs, I guess. Iron sheets we oddly don't really use too often. It's kind of nice, actually. And a whole 2 screws I've got. Wow. In the next update, the game will use global illumination as an experimental mode, so perhaps it will do it justice. Yeah, it's getting like updating its engine to the next Unreal Engine I think it's using. So we'll see. It just seems like for now it's really just really cobbled together with whatever they could find, and it's having to use every single shortcut and secret and cheeky thing just to still not really perform that well, because this game still runs kind of terribly, honestly. We don't even really have that much going on, and it still stutters and hiccups a lot. I'm very surprised. And I think some of it's like kind of recent too. Because I don't remember it always performing kind of terrible. It's like something they've recently done isn't optimized well. Which is weird to me because there's so many factors that are unchanging with this game. Like, that's mining this amount. It's going this way into this building. And like, the game keeps track of like every segment of belt along the way, but like it really doesn't need to unless there's been some sort of change at the there it is. There's screws. It's like it's trying too hard to stay honest, and it's thoroughly suffering performance because of that. Like it doesn't need to be doing this. It's just the in and outs is this is what it is. There's no variance in it at all. Like at all. The conveyor belts are kind of just there to look at. They don't actually need to house an inventory. But if you look at like your save game in an editor, every piece of conveyor belt knows what's on it. Very something. I kind of appreciate it for trying to be so honest, but yeesh. Grab a whole stack, sure. And then pipes. Do I have a bench? In most of these buildings I've been putting a little craft bench so I can like hand make stuff on site. I'd like it to be there. Nope. There we are. beneath the stairs. Kinda sort of out of the way. And hopefully this is nearly the last batch of heavy modular frames I have to make by hand. Hopefully. Again, I've got everything for it. We just need to get something set up to handle screws, which steel screws, easy peasy. And then get more modular frames made, and that's easily done by swapping out the way that screws are produced in that huge building to make it vastly more efficient. And we'll naturally be able to then make a bunch more modular frames through it, because we just have so many machines putting together all the screws needed for a modular frame. So this is a pretty big step. We just need to, you know, get the steel, which I might have already. Like, I could probably divert some of the steel that we're producing and spread that around the factory, but when it comes time to scale up, that's not really going to be working. So I'd rather just import the steel from another area of the map. And I'd like to try trains to do that. That makes sense to me. We just need to figure out where. Yeah, I need more beams, miners, frames. Oh, oops. Okay, so maybe that's what happened. I just, like, muscle memory deleted the crafting bench afterwards. That could be. Equipment bench. Right. Not even that. I don't have an equipment workshop nearby. Guess I'll put it there. It's such a strange building, this, because it's like, it's got the door here, but how many people actually use the door and treat this like its own little room? What do you connect it to? How do you make that look good? Because it still has a footprint over here. Nowadays tend to be spoiled for onboarding with games, whereas 25 years ago many games were borderline unplayable without 60-page game manual. No, actually, not really. Like, you could read the manual, but the manuals were always just a really... The manuals were so big because they assumed it's the first game you've ever played. And back then, that was very possible, that every game could have been the first game that you played, ever. So they had to be really specific with UI showing off what stuff is, but like, if you're playing the game and not looking into the manual, you can still figure out what the buttons do. There's a couple oddities, like with XCOM, classic XCOM, the bottom left corner with the reserving time units. But you play around with that for a couple turns and you start to know exactly what it's doing. Like, it's still, you can still figure it out. The games back then typically had this thing called feedback, however, because people actually went to school to learn how to develop a video game and didn't just kind of start out of nowhere with nothing. So they were able to follow sort of pre-established standards that were being created at the time and went from there. Nowadays, you've got a lot of developers who don't have that. You get games like Atomic Heart that just kind of look at the way the games do things and wonder, I wonder why they do that, and then they go and do their own thing, and it turns out terrible because they've just abandoned all the standards that were already set. And it feels mush and just awful. It's pretty obvious when you play a game made by people who actually went to school to learn the stuff versus people who are just making it from, like, a hobby project that kind of blew up a little bit. I don't think there were any manuals that I read back in the day. I think I looked through... What manual would I have actually looked through back then? I think I looked through the manual for, Lands of Lore. I think I looked through the manual for that game because that game was just fucking hard and I was just shapeshifting at random and it was like, no, why am I shapeshifting again? And I don't think the manual actually helped you figure that out. I was not able to play very far into that game. I think the furthest that I got was like in the jungle area after the museum, and like that's as far as I went. You talked to like basically Khajiit. No more Atomic Heart videos? No. Did you watch the Let's Play? Hello? This is known. This is known information. I made it quite clear in a like 56-minute long video that was 30 minutes of mostly rambling and explaining why it's bad and how it could be improved and what the expectations were and doing my general rigmarole. Just in case some game dev happens to be watching the video, aspiring or current. Strong doubt, but you never know. I feel like there might be a bit of bias considering when you were younger you generally have either more patience or just don't care or don't know what you're doing. Younger people have less patience, but they're more stubborn. But I don't think I'm being very biased here. I mean, growing up with games in the 90s, it's kind of how it was. You didn't have to learn how to play the game, like it kind of just happened, and you just had to get good. Head out a decent bit and scan for some probably coal and then scan for some iron from there. I feel like coal's going to be the harder thing to find. Oh, back in the 90s, you feel me? Do you though? Maybe. I feel like such an old bastard sometime when I like think about the 90s. Because, like, so many people didn't really grow up during the 90s at all. Like, they got this, like, preconceived notion of what the 90s could have been, and they're just like, yeah, that was the 90s, but it really wasn't. I feel old too, trust me when I look at my daughter. Yeah, that'd also do it, I suppose. I don't have kids, but that would make me be like, man, I'm so old, other people are being brought into this world because of me. Man, I could never have kids. I see you back there, don't do it. I got stun rebar. Actually, do I? Yeah, I got a whole dozen of them. Bastard thing. Tamagotchis. Yeah, man, Tamagotchis and Pokemon cards. That's pretty much it. That's the gist of the 90s. Maybe some Crazy Bones, although those are really closer to like 2000. My fingernails hurt just thinking about those. Don't know. Yeah, okay, I recognize this area, kinda. I think we ran by here once. Sort of, from this way. We, like, had a weird return trip at some point when I was doing exploration the upper end of these lakes when I was looking for stuff. This is copper? Iron I want, not copper. Well, the thing with workers and resources, it's less about being bad at it because I don't know what the general plan is, and being bad at it because the UI is fucking awful and the feedback system is entirely non-existent. You could actually, like, learn to get good at classic XCOM through failures and knowing, like, having your soldiers stand out in the open like that with their back turned against the darkness is a pretty terrible idea. And keeping them clumped together all the time when enemies have grenades is a pretty bad idea. Like, there's a totally different sort of feel there. No? Like, I'm saying workers and resources is bad in the way that the UI is presented and the way that information is given. And not because, oof, this game's hard. So there's no iron anywhere over here, like, at all? That's bad news. I mean, I think there was a... I would have liked it to be farther out, but maybe there's a coal up there somewhere, or maybe we can, like... I don't know, kind of like just it's a little babby train line. Oh my god, game, please. It's a pre-generated world. You can load yourself, I promise. You can handle this. Just trying. For you, the problem with XCOM, TFTD, is the idea of you're going to lose a lot of people didn't occur to you at all. I had so many runs where I was like, I'm going to do this, like, perfectly, and I'm going to lose nobody, but yeah, no, that doesn't happen. That's just a thing. Oof. Well, I guess if we need, like, a bit of uranium, there's maybe some around here. Seems to be a pretty common feature out in the middle of the map. Okay, that... I think that is the desert up there. The desert has just so much damn iron. Pretty cool place to start because of that, but doesn't really have much else. Also iron. Just a normal coal. Thing is I'll be using, like, kind of sort of equal parts of iron and coal. I think it's like 2 smelted iron per craft and 2 coal per craft. Aside from the UI/old jank comparing apples to oranges, I feel like a big part of it is also how much you want to learn a game. I guess, but like the learning happens naturally usually in a nice decent game. You don't have to be like, okay, I'm gonna learn this game. It's not school. It's a video game. There is no sitting down and taking your time with a game to learn how it works. That's not a good aspect for a game. I feel like you're using your personal bias because you enjoy workers and resources, and you take issue with anybody who doesn't enjoy it as much as you do, and you want them to enjoy it, but don't understand how they couldn't enjoy it because you've managed to do that sit down and learn thing, and you've just completely overlooked the problems with the game because you circumvented them. But like, just because you were able to learn it and you sat down and learned it or looked up guides and learned it doesn't matter. just because you did that doesn't mean that these aren't still problems with the game. That's a big egg. Might be a rock. I'm just passing through, I think, actually. Where am I going from here? Yeah, static map. It's all pre-done. Which I would like a little bit of randomization in it. There's not really any cool spots for me to hang out, is there? I'm not staying here long, I promise you. I just have to get my bearings. Maybe we're okay now. Right. Coal doesn't seem to exist over here at all. Don't have that much fuel, so I was kind of hoping to find another area that's got like 2 normal coals or something like that, or ideally 3 normal coals, like a pretty okay coal spot, and not use the little bit of coal that I've got at my already existing factory. Because I'd like this to be the steel that I use for a decent while and not just for A tier before it becomes not enough. Happy to look over the problems of a game if it does things no other game does, and that's a fairly common problem, unfortunately. I mean, I'm looking at a game and I try to figure out for the majority. Like, that's sort of my continuous improvement background. Mouse, please. Where, like, if you enjoy it, like I said before, like, if you enjoy it, then awesome, cool. I'm happy for you, good for you, but it has problems. These are the problems. I'm not going to just ignore the problems because, ooh, it's fine for me. I think that's a really shit way to improve and learn to do things. How's it going, Meta Magician? Also, DeLuke, Lucius Kane. It's like kind of pretty over here. It's like a mushroom jungle beach. It's like 3 biomes merged together. Man, there's gotta be somewhere over here. There's so much more map over here. Gotta be another decent coal somewhere. So I don't think we're even at the desert yet. All that iron that was back there? Just a nice clump of desert, I guess? Or a nice clump of iron outside of the desert. Because we still got a lot of east to go. And I think the desert was the northeast corner. Yeah. Got a little ways to go yet. With it. Nice. There it is. Okay. My last little touch of fuel. Oops. Hello? Okay. Who knew coal was so rare? I thought I'd just be able to find coal, like, in minutes. Didn't think I'd have to, like, find some coal before stream and be like, okay, I'm ready. Maybe I shoulda. God damn. I think you walked around this bit of the map the other day, basically nothing in the very northeast biomes. It's desert, ain't it? I thought desert was off on the northeast, and that's got just, like, actually trillions of iron. Like, the desert's one of those where it's really big open for building, and there's a ton of iron, but then not really much else until you get to, like, kinda sorta late. Like, I think it's got a couple convenient uraniums, it's got a convenient sulfur, I think. You gotta make the grind to get that far, though, for it. It seems like this kind of middle strip is lacking in a lot of the basic stuff, though. I'd probably have better luck going very south rather than east. Okay. It's more than I expected. Oops. Oh god. Oh god, help. There, coal and iron, find them both. Quintillion iron ore here. But the coal was... It gave up with the ping. I think pinging a second time is like causing the pings to not go as far. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're looking like maybe here, I guess. Or so. I'll highlight that. It's kind of the midpoint between a ton of coal and a ton of iron. So we could make bunches and bunches of steel. Because I really don't want to just have like one normal coal and a normal iron and be like, that's probably enough, because I know it's not going to be. Get any fuel over there? I did learn how to scan for hard drives as well. I'm not going to risk dying. No, sir. Yeah, I have the object scanner back in the box. That's what I was looking for. Back at the hub. We'll have to do a separate trip to run around and explore and looking for hard drives. Which that definitely, I don't think will be too bad. There's a lot of hard drives in the map. There's like over 100 of them. Yeah, okay. Just double checking. That's the known coal. I came all the way out here to fight you. Yeah, that's right. Well done. You did it, egg yolk thing. Mission complete. Let's head back home, guys. Sound like there's a second one. They're so loud. Materials to make them on me right now. The object scanners? Maybe. Probably. My inventory is currently just mining drills, though. I should probably get rid of a couple of them, because I can just make those, definitely. Allah. I'll get rid of one. Because if I'm doing hard drives, I want to have also a bunch of things that I can spend to open up the cargo, I guess. But I need quite a lot of what I've got for train parts. It was more a question of, should I bother marking this crash site here and now, or just wait until we scan for these things? I'll take the lazier approach and wait to scan for these things. There's a bunch around, though, when you start looking for them. You know what's crazy is I think I recognize this area from early saves. From, like, way back when I was streaming this game before. $50 megawatts. Womp. I did it. Also, I'm going to melt down these power shards. Lucius, can you have cake? What kind of cake? And also, where's my cake? I want cake. Guess I'll grab some berries too. Cables. Right up and over. Right into the poison. Do it, you bitch. I don't know if he gets poisoned. 7 modular frames. Wow. Like, it's really basic stuff for this guy. Like, I think this might be kind of sort of maybe near a starting point. Maybe. Because there's what? 4 starting biomes, right? Northern Forest is 1. This was... I forget what it was called. Desert. And then, like, Temperate Forest? Think I can also just place a second memory search drive and then just delete it again? Right, yeah, somebody mentioned that. Because this is just like the means to the interface, basically. If I can find the MAM. Here, have a hard drive. Check us out. I just radioed it in.
Find a cure. Doctors say that the
where are
only
we
remedy
heading?
is alien artifacts.
We're just about to the midpoint. So good news is, there seems to be ample opportunity to build a factory around here. There's space. And I want a creature volume slider. The spitters are really loud. Just got scared looking around in your game for an enemy that was coming from me. I'm sorry. Been there, done that. Playing the game that you're watching a stream of. Wait, what? Wasn't there? Oh, okay, there's the pier. I was gonna say, I remember there being piers down here. Okay. It's a few piers and a normal. So let's stamp this. Dark gray. And our iron.
Oh my god!
Somewhere over there. Rayo. Whoa, Rayo, you're in early. Or super late. Thank you very much, gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Get to the total of 15 on the channel, which might be a new gift badge. It's gone to Lambda Rail, I-17, and Chazawa, Flappy Milk Bags, and Satic. Or perhaps Satic. Oh, was the iron down there? Sorry, I was distracted. A pure iron? We can take a look at it. Maybe there's a little more over there. Highlight. We'll see. When you hear cats but don't have arachnophobia mode turned on. Our cat is like that. I don't know why. This, like, past, like, 6-7 months now, he's just been like, I love meowing. All about that. He's a huge fan. No idea why. So there are a lot of caves around here, too. I should keep an eye out for some sulfur. We can maybe make some explosives. I see. My auto attack cleaves. Get wrecked. So yeah, pure iron. Little bit down there as well. I mean, this would be pretty okay. Oh wait, that was Caterium, right? I thought it was pure and a normal iron. I don't hate it, but I would like a little more. Don't you run? Maybe a bit of sulfur is nearby. Oh shit, look at that. There actually is, and all the poison gas. Alright. Man, these bushes are angry. A lot of good hunting out here. So I might... Might go with the iron up northwest then. Oh. I guess it took a bit of damage from the poison. Where is this coal? I'm wondering if this is underground, actual. Oh, it's just there, lol. Alright. Literally just now committed to buying a 89 Toyota Tercel with 250,000 miles over in the Midwest. Somehow looks rust-free. Not sure why it happened, but it's happening. Going to be a drive from the East Coast. Whew. It's a lot of miles, though. Holy shit. Looking pretty rust-free in the Midwest with that many miles. I would be suspicious of the engine's condition, personally. I mean, you can find, like, rust-free stuff in the Midwest, but, an unresourced node. It's there, don't you see it? Oh, there it is. Ugh. What the... $240 per minute. Times 2 before overclock. So we're going to move you to here. No. No. Boring. I thought I could, like, color it still. The hard drive. It's done. 250,000 miles is nothing for a Toyota engine? Sounds like a lot. Going from normal production to oil production in this game is another ball game. Yeah, the oil is where a lot of people stop, I think. It's like the first major hurdle. Because it's like you understand a little bit of fluid dynamics from doing the coal power now. But it's so much more that you have to do when it comes time to, like, actually outputting a decent amount of plastic or what have you. I can take a look at these, I guess. See what they are? I don't know. It's like a maze. So much murder. It didn't have to be this way. Yummy bacon. Oh, okay. This will also work. So loud. So loud. Yeah, this'll work. I'm okay with that. This is heading over to... that. Towards that somewhere. At least vaguely in the correct direction. I'm one miner short now. Pickup just hit 250,000 miles, still runs like a top kind of Chevy thing, you're told. Never had any work done yet. Alright. I mean, I'm not a car guy, so I don't really know. It just sounds like a lot of miles. You're actually facing... Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind. And you're both pure. Very nice. Okay, well. Let's get you some power. And... figure out how we're doing this. Alright. Seems fine. Ideally, I can actually use the zip line to get around a bit. Making sure it's not completely buried in a tree or so. So that's gone, and that's gone. The structure itself. Where does the steel get made? Bunch of space now. It's like coal come down this way, the iron come down this way. Kinda. That doesn't sound good. Iron. What a bastard. Yeah, over here works out pretty well. I mean, up here kind of works out too. It's a decent amount of space there. I don't know. We gotta train it back. Which, like through the water, up the ramp. Something like that could work. I'm gonna decide. It's over here. A Mercer Sphere Whip. Whoa.
Harvest.
So much damage I can do with that. Yeah, so I'll just have the building over here, then the coal comes through. Iron, I'm sure there's a ramp or something you can do. Worst case, you just lift it on down. And this is where it gets made. Slim Young Sober Dude, hello. Been a little while. How you doing? Denied. Ha 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 ha. Wah 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 wah. Wrecked.
Oh my god!
Oof.
Drive by crude down.
Slim Young Sober Dude with a double dab. A double dab drive-by. That sounds intense. Thank you very much, though. On your way to work or so, I assume. Just out here on my porch, minding my own business, sipping on coffee that I definitely didn't forget that I had, and here comes a Slim Young Sober Dude with cool shades and a nice hip fucking overshirt. Like a nice like striped undershirt or something like that. You got like a button down shirt just like open though, you know? And probably like cargo shorts or something. The weather's probably not freezing where you are. So cool. There, how's that? I don't need that miner. And the rest of that probably. A factory image. Infinite view. Oh. Steel beam factory. There. It's official. Yeah, there's a bit of a ramp over here for this. Walking to work, last day before the weekend. Oh, wow. Weather's nice enough for a walk to work. Look at this fucking guy. Oop. Walking to work. Well, back in my day, we drove to work. It was a leisurely 6-minute drive. It was pretty chill. It's nice. And we liked it. Yeti, that doesn't sound too bad. You're right. Wasn't. Ugh. But hey, thank you very much, Slim Young Sober Dude, for the tier 1 sub 11 months next month for your 1-year promotion. It'll be almost like you've been sober for a month or something, I guess. I suppose. Thank you much. Hope you have a swell day. You can turn over there, that's fine. Hello. My last unit of fuel. I'm trying to be so economic with it. So you're doing, yeah, 240. So tier 3 belts it is. Although, actually, gonna spin you again. Cause you may as well smelt here, and then send over a smelted iron. Since that's the recipe we're going for with that. My go-to for breakfast? I don't have breakfast, but just a bit of toast, if anything. Not really a breakfast guy though. Like, typically my ideal thing is I'd wake up and like have some coffee or something and just like start editing video or watching a let's play while I wake up, and then I just record or something, and then I take a break with the recording when finally I feel hungry. Toast and cheese or a bacon sausage sarnie? Anything. Typically a lazy toast and cheese, or a toast and like peanut butter or something like that. My breakfast is usually like a more of a late lunch though, I guess. The hell is a sarnie? What the hell is this bush made out of? Do I need explosives to take out this bush? Jesus. It's just slang for sandwich. Ah, okay. I mean, yeah, hell yeah. Sandwiches are great too. I don't mind. It's just we have a bit of a situation in this household regarding like lunch meats and cheeses and all that. People keep opening stuff and just letting it sit and nobody ever finishes anything. And our solution to that was, rather than just finishing it for the love of Christ, we just throw it into a Tupperware, all of it together, meats and cheeses of various types with different opening dates and all that. And we just, you know, let it sit in that and let it fester. So even the fresh stuff gets gross because cross-contamination has not been invented in Germany, so we're okay with doing that, apparently. I disagree, but I don't get a say. Eh. So while I would love to have a sandwich, for my health, I'd rather not. Or some inputs or something. One of you is probably going to be like inputting up on a top floor though. Not really sure what the layout here is going to be. Because this is what, just 30 per? Yeah. And you were 240? Yeah. So... Good news is this will definitely be enough steel to get us going for the foreseeable future. Medium news, though. We're gonna bring this up a notch. We're gonna bring it up to that level. Man, the shadows here are wild, huh? Yeah, alternate steel, so we need smelted iron. And it's like 2 smelted iron, I think, for 2 coal. Yeah. Get more out of it, but it requires this extra step. That's fine, though. So we're getting this smelted up here, and then it'll conveyor belt over to where the steel factory is going to be. And then whenever we need any steel at all whatsoever for steel reasons or steel beams for screws, more likely, we'll have them trained in. Actually, I was confused. Somewhere around here, but that's probably gonna be like way up there on a separate story. Well, I'm out of concrete, but I've at least found kind of a decent starting spot for this. I'll take back a little bit more because I think I need I need a little bit for the Power Pole Mark 1 as well. So I'm gonna take some of that too. And let's power line our way back up, resupply, get fuel. And I guess maybe I can do, well, no, I don't have the concrete for it. I was gonna say I can maybe do like some of the freight stations or something, but this is where the steel will be made, and then the steel will be picked up via locomotive Head along here somewhere. Could be kind of chill going up there. Just not so sure how we get up there. Pull it this way. This is safe. Tear down playing flashbacks. Dude, playing's MVP. Man. I nominate Plank as like the best video game sidekick. Just all the years. Now this is exploration. I almost did it again. Yeah, we'll make it look good later. I promise. Solar energy or wind energy would be nice. I think I disagree. I think they'd be having that just for the sake of having it, but it would require so much real estate in order to actually get something meaningful. It also kind of goes against the whole vibe of, you know, ripping down nature in favor of just factories. Excuse me, I'm building over here. Bruh. We good? I'll take your slug. I was gonna leave it be. I think I would generally, we're gonna have to see about like maybe a big reroute here, but I think I generally would like to have down below being used for this rather than up here. Up here's got a lot of like odd gaps to cross, and I don't know how the train's gonna work with that. Plus, that dude's gonna be in the way sometimes, I guess. Those things. Should tase it right out of the sky. Yeah, there's geothermal in this, which is like pretty green. Yeah. But I think somebody said the geothermal varies in its power output. Like it goes like a sine wave type thing. A little bit unpredictable. There he goes. Well, I got what I wanted. We've got a long path here for the train to follow. This is good. We need a train to make this distance, because belting it's not happening, and there's no way I can get a tractor through all of this mess, so this is kind of exactly what I was hoping for. I guess we can drop down here and yeah, I don't know if we can fit train tracks through some of this. The train might have to be up above.
Picking up multiple Fix-It personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Yeah, the train tracks themselves will be delivering the power ultimately. I need something for now for getting it back and forth until the stuff's actually made. They're trying. Hello, they trying. All right, guys.
Comply.
We good? We calm? We quelled? Shame. It could even be that ultimately this isn't even where the train tracks go at all. It might have to go like a completely different way if they can't really fit. Oh. Swear I killed 2 just then. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Almost there. I want this to be actually over here more. How many train stations do I need? Like, freight stations are for loading and stuff. And the train station, is that like the main... Like, I need at least one of those? Or can I get away with having none if it just goes from freight to freight? Well, that's us connected. I need more fuel, concrete, and a touch more steel. Yeah, that should be enough. And power slugs. Wasn't even the intent, but hey, I'll take it. And protein, 33 hog protein. Oh my god. Nice little trail of destruction for murdering things. Also 24 spitters. And I'm out of coffee. Feels sad. Yeah, it's enough DNA for a few more tickets. I don't know if I had anything on my buying list or not. I think I bought everything that I wanted. No train set up yet. So gonna be maybe like an hour? Building up a steel factory first so I can get some steel beams made, and then I'll have steel beams trained around, and they can be converted into screws wherever they need to be. I'm still just like preparing the foundations for stuff. Not sure how we have such a backlog of plastic. Aren't we only making like 40 plastic per minute? And we need 45 for the computer? Where's this all coming from? Huh. Well, I'll refresh my stack of it, I guess. Oh! I'm making 80. Okay, great. Never mind. Right, I need the bottler made again, though. Packager. Good enough. Ah, right. Go through fuel really fast when I'm not paying attention to it. I feel like the jetpack, like, if I use the entire thrust worth of jetpack, when I land, it's using, like, 4 fuel, maybe, to fully recharge. Kind of a lot. The thing I'm sliding on, what is that? The zipline thingy. From the Caterium research tree in the map. Highly recommend. Fastest way to get around until you start doing, like, hypertube Gauss cannon stuff. Even then, ziplining is, like, kinda more convenient in a way. Let's go! Lazy. Is the rubber still doing its thing, or is this finally run out of juice? Yeah, okay. Fold up. Gonna be burned off. Yeah, okay. Never saw anyone using it before. Oh man, this seems great. It's a little bit slow, but like if you press shift, you only have to like press shift once for the entire, like, when you launch the game. when you close the game, it like kind of forgets that you had shift enabled. But you get a lot of speed with it. It's faster than all the vehicles, I think. Maybe not a train. I don't know. Not sure how fast trains are yet. Otherwise, you go kind of slow. Actually, where am I on the map from here? Not likely. Okay. Thought maybe I could train over to like this kind of beachy area and we could have like a train station there. But not really. Yeah, concrete I need. Gotta get the speed boost on that. I generally have to work more on the hypertube tunnels. Just overall. I haven't touched them in a little bit. Take a couple stacks of those. And then maybe another stack of the iron sheets. Refresh my rods. Okay. Oof. Wow, thanks game. Very cool. Excellent time to stutter. What the fuck? It's so bad with that. I don't even have that much going on is the thing. I need garbage cleanup for the garbage cleanup. Because this garbage cleanup is garbage. That's the joke. Yeti's kind of a pro gamer. No, don't give them false hopes. Come on. I'm as clueless as the next guy. Don't get me wrong. I do okay sometimes, but it's largely by accident. See, I can't even kill a hatchery before it spawns. I'm terrible. I'm a scrub. So we're bringing iron in it officially, because that kind of dictates where we're going with this. Like, I guess up by the coal, we could like whiz by the coal plant, I guess. Because I think this is largely flat. It looks like just a bit of a hill here, but we can maneuver. And then just like a omega lol bridge across this massive river. And then just hang out up topside with the really wibbly wavy train, I guess. Because I don't think it's going to be fitting in some parts of that down there. That's too tight. So we have to go up above. Maybe I can explore what that is down there. So like... let's go for that. Let's see what that is. Fake it until you make it. Pro gamer style. I don't know, man. I see some of those people running like high-level mythic sometimes on stream, and I'm like, dude, they suck. They bad. They don't even kick. Like, they need a weak aura to tell them exactly when the cast is gonna happen so they can mentally prepare for the kick. They can't just simply kick. Furthermore, if it's a long cast, they still kick it straight away, rather than let the cast go through for a few seconds before kicking. The time spent casting is time they're not doing anything, and when these things are hitting your tank for like 80% of their health per attack, that kind of makes a huge deal. I don't know, man. I think my dad could beat up their dad, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, this is like way clean. There's plenty of space here to get a station going. This is where we'd be making the bridge. Which... hey! Ah! He came down. God, they're so loud. I apologize for their audacity. Just Spitter just getting absolutely jibbed by some poison over here. I hear it. It refuses to die. So... something like that. Just build around you, it's fine. You're not in the way, guy. Ugh. Bunch of poison. Wah! Tiptoe through the poison. The air smells nice. Just don't breathe too deep. Let's tiptoe. No? I don't think you followed. I think you knew better. Whole tower standing on a single enemy. There's a spitter hanging out there that I couldn't build on. The jerk. So he gets to help support the train bridge one day then. That's okay. So this is where we're looking. I guess. One marker. Meh. Hostile presence. Ugh. All this poison crud we can just blow up. The trees we can chainsaw through. We'll arm wrestle this nature. I'll fit a train in.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Maybe... Oh, hi. Maybe. When are they gonna do something with the talking thing? Probably gonna be a while. Apparently it's gonna be related to the story, which is mostly done, but they're waiting to put it in until the game's just about done, so... that'll be a bit. My shoes. Oh. Icky. We'll need some explosives to clear some poison out, but I think there wasn't any of the poison rock stuff. I think it was mostly just the poison flower dudes that we can blow up. So not a whole lot of stress there. That's roughly where the steel's going to be made and where the train will be picking it up. While up here, we're mining up the iron, smelting it down into bars to bring over to steel. Was it 8 smelters I need? Well, I don't think it's an engine change they're doing, right? They're just updating the engine. I think it's already using Unreal. Maybe not. I might be wrong. Those are backwards. What is Sam? Probably something for ma'am. One day. Likely also a story thing, I would guess. The thing is, like, the Satisfactory devs, like, they're really tight-lipped about stuff. Like, most of, like, the future plans stuff on, like, the wiki and all that, and interviews, it's mostly just shitposting. They don't really talk much about what they're doing. It's just fine, I suppose. It's just, you know. It would be nice to actually, you know, have some feedback since we're playtesting their game throughout all of its development for free, but that's fine. It's okay. I guess you can output. Hey, there's a little bit of room here. Surface to air missile ore. Yes, that's what it is. This game's actually, oh right, that was one of the invisible bushes. It's actually like a Command and Conquer type thing, this game. It's really is a war against nature. Literally. I kept telling people this game's nothing like Factorio, but they keep asking. Well, a little frustrating we can't get rid of the nasty brown plants, but I guess it is what it is. Maybe I can blow them up. cluster bomb them. Whoa. I didn't bring industrial beams for all that. That's okay. We don't need Mark IV. Mark III is actually totally fine. You don't need walls in factories, no. I do it for performance reasons, so it's less for the game to display. The game's very fragile. It needs every little bit of help it can get. So, with the occlusion enabled and all that, I can just, like, wall it up. Makes it look a bit nicer, too, I think. You're not going to be attacked or anything, though. That was maybe a bit high. Somewhere around there. That would be our second story for the other miner. For the moment, I'll leave that open and available for when it's needed. Because I think a lot of this stream is going to be routing the train through the trees. So I'd like to get going on that while I can. Oh. Power on. Yeah, we're ready to make trains. I just, I gotta make the thing to have the... I'm making steel so the train can deliver the steel around. So I'm just throwing something together kinda quick for that. It'll take a minute zippering all of this, but it'll get done. Oops. Yeah, it'll be a minute, but they'll eventually all get going. That's 240 iron being brought out. To come into something here. Coal's coming from over there somewhere eventually. So... It's jammed in kinda tight. Sort of works though. I think maybe one more notch out will be fine. How's that? It's somehow not moved at all. Yeah, it's a bit better. then the iron comes through down here. You won't need to exist. And that is our basic input. 45 per, 40 per. So 6 of these I'd be doing. Okay. As long as we got the start of it set up, that's fine. Just a matter of building it out a bunch. Very tight. Some would even say colliding. I don't know. That sounds like YouTube profanity circumvention. Girl, you are so colliding. Oh frick. You're gonna make me arrive. Just frames. Okay. Let's queue up. How many of these do I need? 6? Yeah, 6 of them. So 4 more. Much of the frames, concrete. In your output will be somewhere over here, which works out pretty great. I guess I could split this off if this doesn't... I think this will all fit, but... Could also split it off so we have like a row of 3, a row of 3. And then I could maybe blow it out to be a 6 and 6. Once we get the other pier nodes going. Maybe. I don't know. Train station. That's a big boy. Right. We need... Yeah, the intent was for it to never really fit on the highway. If it happened to, then maybe kind of sort of cool, but the train is going to be for moving things from very far away to in, and then we use the tractors, trucks, and conveyor belts to sort it around throughout the facilities. I mean, I'm quite far away here. I mean, all my stuff is over here. So we're going to train this in somewhere around by power, I guess? Or maybe through power and... I don't know, the train just nosedives off the cliff or something like that to arrive somewhere around this middle point, which is nothing. And then from there we can have tractors or belts then move the steel bars into whichever factory can use them. Which is currently going to be anything that uses screws. I guess I could peek into the MAM and see what we unlocked. Insulated cable, Caterium circuit board, or a quick wire stator. What am I currently doing for stators? Steel pipes and copper wiring. It's a slower production rate, what I'm doing. So we could make more faster if we're doing quick wire, which... I'm kind of using quick wire, though, to make copper wiring. I don't know, I guess I could. Currently, we need more rotors rather than that, though. My circuit board currently is using copper sheets. This would be for plastic, which is so not convenient. This doesn't help us at all. At all. I would be needing a copper sheet alternative. Would be great, but I'm not bringing plastic over to where circuit boards are happening. And then the cable, copper wire and rubber to make a massive load of cable. Probably not. I guess we go with the stator. Maybe. That one's possibly usable. Maybe. Actually, there's not going to be okay either. I'm like way over here. Just go away. There. I'm missing concrete. Yeah. I still wonder though, like, do I even need a train station?
Harvest it.
Like, does this not stop at a freight platform? And I need a train station for every stop?
Picking up multiple fix-it personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Okay, so we're gonna, like...
Comply.
Oh my god, shut up. Just stop. No one cares. But it's a really cool ass.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
Whee! No. No. Fine. Okay. I'll take a look, I guess. Ah. Not enough room. And power. What a ripoff. Somewhere over here. Train station is the ID point origin your train needs to travel to. It handles the schedule I need to set my train. Then add my freighter liquid platforms. Also handles what parts to load and unload. Okay, so I definitely need At least one. Maybe not one for every stop, though. Well, no, probably one for every stop. Actually. Probably do need that. Scrap that. So over here also works for the train. If we don't want to go through this, we can kind of follow along the water a bit. It's a little less cool, and the bridge is significantly harder to manage. Delivery for Saturday just arrived? Hey, alright, congrats. That's the rest of the PC, I assume. Man, my fuel goes so quick, I wonder how. 96, 95. Okay, so it's like 2 fuel per. All right. Some pipes. Go. Nothing much laying around that speaks to me. Or anything at all. Alright though. Hey, how you doing, Lucas Ed? Welcome. How the hell did you manage to get 5 ads? What the fuck? Does that make sense? Retrace train station. I think so. Found a boombox tape, I think. Didn't quite catch what that was. But alright. It sounds like I need a train station at every, like, loading, unloading area, though. Glad it didn't stutter on the way down. It almost always does. It's like a 60% chance that it will stutter on the way down and it just goes splat against the ground. I've died a few times because of that. Don't need anything there, actually. I'm gonna have a really simple train route where it's just, it picks up the steel and it brings it over here somewhere to drop it off. And that's it. So I guess just the 2 stations for that. Yeah, we'll see what the UI is like. The descriptions are kind of butts because it's like I do starting and stopping, and then the freight ones are like, I do the loading. Like, it kind of infers that the freight stations would just like throw a box at the train as it drives by because it didn't actually have a stop there, because it only stops at train stations. But I think that's not the case. But we'll see. Gotta drop off like these leaves and crud. How? How's it going, Kane Z? Finally got medication against your illness. Will hopefully change the tiredness into normal energy and stuff. Hey, here's hoping. Lethargy is the worst damn thing. I have that a bit some days. Guess I'll throw some lasagna in there too. I don't know. Flower petals we're storing into here. I trashed all the leaves already. So that's that already done. So let's say train station. Seems a bit like I'd be okay with just one station. And then this I just build on tracks, yeah. Okay. Sure.
Oh my god!
I like trains.
I like turtles. Yeah, trains are okay. I feel like they're a bit overhyped usually in the world, but they're okay. They do fine. Like maybe over here we have the train drop off then. or something. Oh, the middle wouldn't be too bad. There's a whole lot of nothing going on over here. And plus we might get to see a train whiz by periodically then. Oh. You're not even connected anymore. This was like the old Caterium line that I guess I never finished tearing down. Thanks, past me. So, somewhere around here, though. It's a nice, like, central area, and then from here we can reach kind of all the corners, I guess. Dodged! Well done. So, how do we actually build a station here? Four across. Four plus a bit. That's wide. Hello, Nuts Bar. How you doing? And then a freight platform, which can output in how about that way? Excellent. This is unload. And you're gonna be beam drop off. What a station name. Oh, wow. Don't miss your stop at Steel Beam Drop Off Station. We'll try not to. And then empty platforms just as a bit of a filler. And I need to, like, I want to zoom out when I'm trying to play stuff sometimes. Jeez. There's also empty platform with catwalk, which kinda works. Is this safe to walk on? Well. there's a locomotive. And 2 freight cars. If I have 2 freight cars, do I need also then 2 freight platforms for this to work? Yeah? Oi. This is... Jeez. And then the railway, which we have to like pre-build some foundation or something for it, lest we just have it walk like across things all cleanly. But over the big concrete pillar. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, alright. Alternatively, half foundations would definitely work. It's a little bit messy doing it that way, but we can do that. Frame foundations. How's that look? Well, it snaps at least. I think I prefer foundations, though. I guess we're also going with normal foundations. That seems fairly centered. I think I'm just gonna go with just basic foundations, though. Because then we can build, like, actual bridges, and I don't have to worry about these weird half foundation pieces that don't actually have any support in the game. Because they're just thrown in there. Ugh. Well, people won't actually build with these. Well, I would if I could, but there's no ramps or corner pieces or anything that you can do with them. Okay, I need all of the concrete in the entire world. This is going to be a lot of building. I hope we get enough work out of this to actually, like, necessitate having it. Build the foundations across and then backtrack and lay the rail, and then I can gussy it up over the weekend or something. Actually gonna take also concrete from the truck station over here. That's just kind of my way of building anything in this game, is like just kind of build it the basics and then do a second pass to like kind of clean it up a little bit, and then like a third/fourth pass to make it look nice. It seems to be doing okay for the most part. There's still some things that like I haven't really done much beauty work with yet. And some projects still unfinished. Because I know you've got enough concrete. It looks so nearby with the beam of light. It's like, oh, it's just over that waterfall. But like, it super isn't. got a ways to go. Although this is highlighting that. Ah, okay, so that was just past the waterfall. Okay, never mind. Always liked winding the rails wildly across the weird landscape bare. Oh, without any foundation or anything. In some areas I might have to, depending where we route this thing. I don't know. I'm a little concerned about going super vertical. Like, I assume the train just kind of just goes uphill, no problem. It doesn't actually have like a momentum thing going on. It would make no sense for trains to have momentum in this, considering everything else. Well, slowing down from a full load is different. I'm talking like going uphill, and like it'll probably be just like a tractor where it's like, oh, I'm so slow at going uphill, but like it still it totally does it anyway, like without issue. Even if it's a 4-meter ramp that goes on to infinity, it'll still just crawl its way up there because it has just all the power ever. I assume the train's gonna be a similar deal. It's not gonna just like, whoa, I'm going up, and now I'm going down. Brrr. It reverses its way back down the rail, and I hope not. It's a 1-meter foundation? Yeah, that'll be fine, I think. We'll give it like a nice, I don't know, probably the steel foundation-y type thing. It's also before we get too far here. Confirm this works, as I hope it does. Say like one foundation away. A little more than that? Too sharp of a turn. So 2 foundations worth. Yeah, kinda. Okay. We'll do some gussying up to make the turns look better than with the foundations. We got a lot to climb here. Woo! One and 2 meter ramps are okay for trains, but 4 meter it can do, but very slow. Yeah, same thing with the tractor. It works like just fine up 1 and 2, and 4 it looks like it struggles a bit. It'll still do it, but yeah, I think 2 meter will be fine. I'll give you a little bit of a runway for it. Man, this is going to be taking this turn fast as hell. With all this downhill on the return trip, if it doesn't throttle its speed, whoof the lateral G's. I need like banking turns or something. I want a roller coaster tycoon this thing. Why the... I'm not looking in that direction at all, game. Please. I don't know how I gussy this up to make this look good. This might get a reroute eventually to, like, trying to follow that or something. How are we looking? A little more? Okay. So, with us being up so high, I guess... I guess maybe we could just, like, you know... I think we can go over a lot more than, I initially intended. At least this isn't so ungodly high. I can at least make this part look good. Take the clown car down the ramp. I'll do it for you. I think I got the materials for it on me. I hope you appreciate this. Oof. Bah, bah. 55 kilometers an hour is its top speed normally. Oh. 56? This. I expected better. Gotta be said. Actually, hold on. Let me take this back. It's too small. Maybe the tractor slash truck. Yeah, no, have the basic fuel. Oh god. I can't stay centered. 81. I think 81's the very best we can do with it, unfortunately. Oh, stopping is awful to have to do. Oh boy, that's not stopped very well going that fast. And uphills. Not too great either. Okay. Alright, I'll do it on foot. It's fine. Yeah, I have no idea how the heck I make this look decent. This is gonna be a large project. I guess what I could also do is make like a spirally tower type thing. It'd have to be quite large, but it'd be just like a big thing like this, but like it can loop around and work its way up. It's like a drill bit, sorta. And plus, then that way the lateral G's kill you before you reach the bottom. Case, check. Power supply, check. Motherboard, check. CPU, check. Cooler, check. RAM, check. SSD, check. Fans, check. GPU, check. I see a case, power supply, CPU, cooler, RAM, storage, fans, graphics card. Yeah, I think you're set. CMOS battery. Probably also check. PC speaker for those sweet BIOS beeps. Probably not that, but maybe. I did notice some folks are bringing those back in as like a thing that they're including, which is nice. I don't know anybody who actually uses the speaker, but some people do. Oh shit, this is a 2-meter foundation. Whoops. Start over. Soon I have it ramp up a little bit more. kind of follow the hill a bit. Yeah, it's maybe a little high. Let's say to here. Calm down. Just 1 meter ramps. Very gradual. Yeah, I don't want to talk about the cats. They're terrifying. They can have that area. It's theirs. I'm fine with it. Get out of the way of my progress. Oh. They'll get blown up one day. Something of an S-bend. What? Okay. More of an S-bend then. Fine. It's not terribly high in some areas. I felt like I was going like way extra high. Yeah, that's a little bit high. Make a nice bridge out of it or something. Yeah, some pieces I'll have to like probably redo and all that. That's okay. Like I said, it's like a multi-pass type deal I often do with stuff. We're so damn high right now though. Let's bring this down a little bit already. We're getting there. Computer components are often really terrible with packaging waste. I don't agree with it at all. Some of it is like, wow, look at the experience. It's like an unboxing experience. That shit needs to not happen. We need to stop this. And then, Diagonal would be great. That'd be just the best. Hello, Mr. Tarvin. How's things? Made this way so that DHL and Co can throw the boxes through the package hall. Yeah, I don't think that really happens as often as people always say it does. I've seen the inside of these places. A lot of it is hands off. Like 92% of it is hands off. They don't really get the opportunity to caber toss boxes across the factory floor. Our DHL is actually, like, pretty legit, though. I don't think they would do that even if they could. Your mileage may vary. Just a fun little wiggle it gets to do through here.
Comply. You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Jesus Christ. One more. Or so. So we would want... Ah, I see what's going on here. Clear that. I need another train station and 2 freights. And then, yeah, just a bazillion railways. I wish I could mouse wheel and like force it to turn a little bit. You just ultimately get kind of a a wild shape, though. I feel like it really is committed to not being straight because of where I had the turn end that first time. The whole thing is like slightly askew. Oh well. Yeti! There's an artifact nearby. Yes. Yes, there is. My suit really wants me to know about it. Oh my god. One, two, three, maybe? Two, three, four. Whatever. Seems happy enough. Oops. Yeah, I'll redo the foundations for the curves. Some curves are going to be tighter than other curves, so it's just a matter of, it's like a case-by-case basis. We'll do that on, like, a second sweep through. I do wish that this would act a little more like conveyor belts, where I could set it to turn and all of that, because it's really wanting to do this thing where it's slightly angled because I didn't give it exactly enough distance to turn into a straight track. So like it's overturning here and it'll just maintain that this entire straightaway. Think there. That seems good. If I could use the mouse wheel to do little adjustments like I can with the conveyor belts, we'd be set, but it's a different system because it just is. They don't really like to use the same systems for things in this game. Oh my god! Don't take me! That was close. They almost got me. See, like this has this massive banana bend to it now because it didn't completely 100% end the turn the exact same way. It just is what it is. I don't think blueprints would work for this. They act weird with pipes and conveyor belts. I've tried it. It doesn't actually consider them to be proper. If you're looking for just the visual style of like, I want the pipe to be here and like that, but just to be there and look like that, but not actually function as a pipe, then you could blueprint it. And I feel like you could force a lot of things to do what you're wanting via blueprints, if you don't care so much about it actually functioning. But like visually, you can force it. And I think these are going to be the same deal. They won't actually be like connected, you know? Kind of hoping that some of this weird bend that I'm seeing in the track all the time is actually just like field of view warping. Pretty sure it's not. Well, maybe. Slightly off center or not? Just slightly crooked still from God knows when. Train tracks, you're bad. You're really bad. I don't know why it has to be like this. I kind of want to just do minimum size pieces just to force the thing to be at least somewhat straight, or just do this constant eternal wiggle. It's just gonna do an eternal wiggle. That's fine, I guess. Fuck me. Maybe I don't care enough to actually make this look good. It's kind of prohibitive. Lay a straight piece first, then do the curves. I can't even do a straight piece though. Like there's no holding shift for it. Like, is this gonna be straight? Or is this also curved as all hell just because it can be? I think that might be field of view warping. I think we're straight there. It's just like... Let's go half a foundation away. To the next half a foundation. And then you kiss. Like, is this what you mean? And then it'll just be straight because it's... I guess forced to? What a pain in the ass. Alright, I guess that's something that I can do then. Over the weekend when I have 17 hours to spend playing this game non-stop because it takes that long to do anything in it. Ouch, my balls. They got the snap to guideline system in the game though, like I don't know why we can't do that for this. This is like such an opportunity to reuse this mechanic that's elsewhere in the game and continue using it I don't know why this is a totally different system. I was actually expecting this to be like fluid pipes placement, is what I expected initially. Have a sort of a noodle mode and then a keep it very straight. What the? Okay, you've got to move. You are ruining everything. Oi. Ah, I see. Oh no, I'm what? I gotta put all my tools away. You just put the chainsaw away. Drop it. You're lucky that wasn't loaded. Ah, it just doesn't go away. Excellent. Happy for that. Thanks, game. Man, I'm so happy about Thursdays. So, hopefully I can just, like, rip right through you and everything's cool. That might blow up, I don't know. I wonder if the discrete railway pieces would actually be a way to do this. Like, you could still have one for free place, and that's just like how this is for the people who don't build on foundations, but for if you are building on foundations, here's just your straight piece. Here's the curve. Here's the 1, 2, and 4 meter incline. Slash also decline if when you spin it. Here's the turn. You just like piece it together that way. Like a kit. Because then I could zoop it and get it done in decent time. No idea how I can make this look good. It's gonna look terrible from down below. I'll have to have like nodules on this thing that I have supported proper, I guess. The underside of it'll just be this weird wavy thing with some just bulbous areas with the support beam. Now it's too sharp of a turn. It was just fine a minute ago. So how can I get you to, like, loop around on yourself? Which deity do I have to pray to for this to now be able to turn around? One meter will be fine, I think, here. Okay. Yeah, no. So how do I manage this then? Or do you just not, and I have to have parallel lines, and the half foundation block is... well, maybe necessary. I'll probably just do a neighboring foundation block, though, with a gap. Yeah, I literally just ran it back. It doesn't, doesn't though. God, way the back there. You kidding me? Jesus H. Okay, so that does work. You just need 10 miles of space for it, though. Holy shit. Okay. So can we get this any tighter of a turn? Because look, man, this thing's not flying at 3,000 meters per second. Like, it can take the turn a little bit slow. Jeez. These turns are set up for the train to go hauling out of the station at full speed. Okay, I see. I understand the problem. It's incapable of creating its own seams when required, so I have to baby it. E. Left. E. Okay. Now we do that on the other side. No power. Mwomp. Alright, that's fine. I happen to have some. Don't I have some over here? I guess not. It's like 50 to 100 watts or something like that for the stations. It's kind of a lot. In this case, we're looking at 260-ish. Train. Great name for a train. Steel beams. Fantastic. I don't have the other station made. But it's powered at least, so I can, like, drive you down there at least. Oh, we're going. It is terrifying. Using 60 megawatts and climbing. At least I don't have to, like, connect up power every step of the way along the track, and it just conducts the whole way across itself. Oh my god! We're gonna die! Oh. Disappointed. Blech. Interesting that it leans into the turn. So yeah, I'll have to straighten out this at some point. I might have to do a little bit of rerouting here and there as well, just to finalize everything, you know? Stopped. Let's get you back a little bit. Nice. Good job. So, how do we... You're lucky I don't have any ammo. Get off the platform. I think I might need, like, all of this. Back it up, back it up. Hey! What a cave. Wow. Oh yeah, I needed frames. 16 heavy modular frames, and I don't think I got the screws for it either. Hey Chan, we're going back. Unless I... No. Because I'd like to use the train to get back. Come along then, train. That's linked. Just constantly weaving. So how fast do we think we're going to be going down that hill up ahead? You think we'll hit 200 kilometers an hour? I wonder if there's a Doppler effect for this thing. If I were to, like, give it a good parp along the super downhill, if a player were standing there, if they just hear it just... Whee! We've left the speedometer. And 200. Screet, screet. We're flying into the station. Oops. Holy shit. That's fast. Oh my god. Alright. Well, it'll be back, maybe. Don't tuck and roll out of the out of the train when it's going over 200 kilometers an hour. What a sight. I think I can finally get rid of this power line, by the way. Finally. Had it for like the entire game. I don't think it's necessary anymore. "16 heavy modular frames. Well, I can do 8. Reinforced modular frames. I think we're okay on pipe, though. One of the first buildings this new steel's going to be heading into. This one here. We can decimate the building. Hugely more efficient using the steel beams to make the screws and eliminate 2 to 3 floors of the building. So we can scale up our modular frame production massively. A few extra while I'm here. Nope, that stays. So 2 freight platforms, the train station. I still got concrete. Seems good. I think 3 floors of that is dedicated to just making screws. One of the floors making screws for the modular frames themselves, and the other 2 floors putting together screws to make the reinforced plates for the modular frames. Kinda gross. Whoa. Jeez. Trains seem pretty okay, though. Pretty okay. A little bit of a half-baked feature, though, I think. Is the concrete recipe better than the basic one that requires screws? Concrete recipe? Generally anything that requires screws, if you can replace the screws with anything else, it's usually worth it. The screws are a pain. For heavy modular frames, basically replace screws for concrete. Yeah, that'd work. I don't have that, but that would work. All these birds on my platform. You're actually in the way. I can't build on top of you. Game's rules, not mine. Oh, jeez, it got knocked out already after just 2 bops. Oh, jeez. Freight platforms first. Oh, okay. Then fine. Train station first. Have it your way. Fuck, is this a Dutch station? The hell? Disgusting. Steel beam pickup station. Yeah. That's the one I use to get to work. And then getting you to loop around. Yeah, that's not centered. What is that? Oh. We're like... I guess the whole station's not centered. Yeah, fine. Yeah, alright. Yeah, maybe. It could be. Oh, what's a D colon for? Well, you think Dutch is a beautiful language or something? It's hideous. It's disgusting. It's like, boy, I only learned halfway through German and also a bit of English. Let's just smash these two languages together and see what happens. Dutch. It's awful. It's a bad language. Dutch is German dialect, and also English dialect, though, is what I'm saying. It couldn't make up its mind. How are you claiming that that's an okay bend? What? Oh, I'm still doing a starting point, right? Yeah, no, that makes sense. I also need steel pipes. Great. Excellent. Well, I happen to have nearby the reagents required to make steel, so that's a plus. Look, just start doing a turn like over here and you'll figure it out. Right? Too sharp of a turn? Then go to where you need to be. Come on, work with me here. Accusing you of defending Dutch. Well, you throw out some D colons, I mean, come on. Something like that, and then we get some steel pipes. And we have that do it straight away. That's for now. Plug y'all in like that. Somewhere over here is my coal. There it is. Actually, you're already powered. Aha. Making pipes. Talk smack about the Dutch. My dad's family is Dutch and they're kind of smug about it. Well, being Dutch, I don't have a problem with that. Like, it is what it is. You know, you're born into whatever dynasty you're born into. But, like, the language, though. The language. I'm a turn. Yeah, no, you're not. Why don't you just tell me where you can go? How about that? Sorry, train. Oh, that's a lot of power. Oh, reversing uphill is terrible. You claim to have too sharp of a turn, but like, I'm pretty sure if you smooth yourself out, you could do it. Rather than try to do all the turn at once, like you do with conveyor belts. I promise you, game, it's possible. You do it with fluid pipes. You can manage. There's already a similar mechanism in the game. Like, this is just pain, is what this is. This is just awful. This is badness. Because, like, I have to have also a seam somewhere where that merge can happen that's also compatible with everything else. And if it just smoothed that out, it'd be fine. For the love of God. We've done it. I had to go so far back for it. You've got 3 completely separate mechanisms for laying down anything transport. You've got the conveyor belt method, where I can rotate stuff with the mouse wheel, and is largely okay, though it tries to put the curves as soon as possible. I'd rather it try to smooth it out, but that's fine. You learn to deal with it, and you can plot it out, because it clamps to, like, support pillars that you're putting down, and it works that way. This doesn't do that. You've got water pipes, which have multiple build modes to handle just about everything. Works very well. This doesn't do that either. This is its own new, entirely different system. Why? Why is it like this all the time? Why do they have to have a new thing? Grats. Throw it into the platform. I need to power it and then configure it. So this is freight platform. This is loading. Make the turns with 3 foundations up and 3 to the left or right, and then you have a turn. But I need to have like a railway seam though for the merge, because the merge can't just merge wherever. I have to have like a rail endpoint already at some point. So trying to fit all of those together is most of where the ball lake is coming from. So pick up and drop off. Oh my god, look, a whitelist. Holy hell, can truck stations have this as well? Or wait 15 seconds? I'm sure that's fine. Load just whatever. Just all of it. And drop off. Same deal. Okay, it's whatever. And okay. Go train! I don't feel safe here. So now we have to get more foundries made for one. Nope, not there. Oh no, jetpack fuel. I'm so used to having it now that not having it is like, I feel so crippled. Help. How did I ever move around before? Not the lift, the thing I'm looking at. Thank you. What the? When did you turn on me? Now I'm all suspicious and stuff that, like, many of them are wrong. Okay. New Ridge is there for guidance. Because the window is actually going to be down here. And that can be just a wall. Looks like belts, pipes, and chains are made from completely different teams with no info about the others. Or after belts, they got told to use something different because diversity. I'd like to think they're just trying things out while they still can. That's what I'm telling myself, at least. They're like, we'll settle on a system eventually. They're just indecisive like I am. Like, that's okay. That's fine. Right. Are you guys... That's fine. Yeah, okay. Hi! Who parped? Was that IRL? Or does the train do a little parp? Nice. Whoa. It's not the safest being back inside there. So then coal, which also I suppose just the one. Only on like stage 3, 4 of your space elevator? I think I'm on stage 3 as well. I disabled that UI element for the time being because I was tired of just always having something in the corner up there all the time. It was a little bit unnecessary. Like I'll get like monitor burn-in or something from the... Terran, does your computer work yet? Come on, let's go. Tuck tuck. Here we are. Just unpacked everything. Don't hurry me. Oh, come on. You gotta blow this one up when you launch Satisfactory, too. It'll never happen at this rate. Had you do that thing where you lift the conveyor, pull up? After the first click, it'll, you just look up. Because the first click is, like... You can do the scroll wheel thing, and then you click the one time and that's kind of locked in. And then you just look up and down. There is a gameplay option that forces it just one click does it. I forget what you do in that case then to make it work. I think that might be like shift scroll wheel or something. I don't know, the options tell you. Cables. Alright, well. Let's just not go so far with the cables then. There. Powered. Powered and running. Now we just gotta feed you. Oh God, here it comes. Delete those in favor of just a half foundation. So it's a cleaner fit so that I can input. I have to input into both of these, I assume, right? Bye! Wait for it to like proper leave. Yeah, because these are separate inventories, so if I just fill the one, it's only going to do the one, so fine. We'll have you split evenly. Cables again, though. Is there any copper around? Oh my god, a cable! Ah! It's working! There's also some copper over here. Could also wait for the train to come back. It'll be on its way soon. Probably easiest that way, actually. Alright, I'll wait. Come on, train, let's go! I could try to, like, commandeer it mid-trip. What are these making? I don't know what they is. It is just steel beams, though. Steel beams come over, they get picked up by train, distributed to the kind of core of the other factory. And then those get distributed to anywhere that would be needing screws, and then they can just take in the steel beams and make screws out of that because it's like 260 screws per minute with just 5 steel beams per minute. Which is plenty for them. Man, 15 seconds. My ass. So long. Okay, did I take stuff out? Good. I also need to set the stations over there to unload, because I think at least one of them is still set to load. It's like I'm really waiting for a train. Ugh. Just need to have like a drunk NPC dude sleeping by the rocks over there. That'll be perfect. With like 3 security people standing there awkwardly waiting for him to wake up. I'm ready. Let's go. Oop. Well, this is kind of pleasant, I suppose. There's no train volume. Right. I like how it's trying to brake so early. Jeez. Wait here for me, okay? I'll be right back. I need cable and some jetpack fuel. Mostly cable. I had so many wires, I totally could have just made cable. Good at this. I need jetpack fuel anyway, though. Should have seen them before. The brakes didn't really work, like, at all. I mean, they're still really spongy. Yeah, remind me to set the stations to unload as well. I'll probably forget. Yeah, one stack of cables is probably fine. Concrete, plenty good on. Rest seems okay. On a downhill like that, there'd be no slowing down at all. Even now, there's barely any. It was like 2 kilometers per second per second. It was awful. It does its best, though. Yeah, no, I went back there. My bad. Don't have jetpack. I can't skip over poles so easily anymore. You're out, right? Yeah. Oh hum. Oh yeah. I still have another hard drive. Hey, there it is. Steamed copper sheets. That's the one. Makes copper sheets much better. requires just a little bit more copper ingots, 22.5 per minute, and a bit of water in a refinery. But that would help a lot with our circuit board production. However, there's also heavy flexible frame with screws, rubber, encased beams, and modular frames. Modular frames is no problem. The encased beams is already sorted and handled. Rubber can be brought over. I don't have any use for rubber currently. Not really, at least. And roughly the same amount of screws to make these a little bit faster. I suppose we could do that. 390 per minute, though. If you don't have the alternate screw recipe, man, oh man. Next. Thanks, ma'am. Handy for when we get that factory up and running, because I gotta make the modular frames a little more efficient first. Because that's going to be our massive bottleneck otherwise. It's currently, I think, just 5 per minute. It's 2 assemblers going at normal speed with the default recipe. How does it make it better when it's more expensive? More per minute and more convenient material. I don't really consider it to be more expensive. But it was what? Instead of 2 per minute, it was like 3.5 per minute? So like more than 50% more per minute? That's nice. Typically the recipes are like, it either makes more per minute or it requires less machines generally, or is much more energy efficient. It's usually like the 3 variants of alternate recipes. There we are. Set to unload. It's also sometimes just a little bit of a different material depending on where you are in the world and what you've got set up and where makes it, you know, more or less convenient for you as the player. I really like the alternate recipes. I think that's such a cool thing because it also kind of introduces like extra steps of the mid game and late game to where it becomes less about just more and more and more of the same. It becomes more about like, aha, finally I've got this high tier material that I can now research the alternate recipe and figure out how to make basic stuff with this really fancy thing, and it allows me to just demolish buildings. Because you no longer need to have so many steps in order to do something. You can more focus on some of the endgame stuff rather than having to scale up your bottom line so much. Because that's a bit of a trap with a game like this, is that eventually you get to the point where you continue scaling almost exponentially to where your bottom tier materials you need just tens of thousands of per minute in order to get anything done in a reasonable amount of time. And the alternate recipes being tied to your current I guess just the basic research tier unlocks, maybe also like the space elevator unlocks too. But based on your general progress through project assembly, they become available. Man, is there like really no... There's got to be an audio setting for it, right? I was looking for train, but maybe it's locomotive? There's tractor, truck, drone. It's just not... It's just not in here. All right. Man, the trains feel so half done. They don't even have a volume slider. I needed... yes, right. A splitter and stuff. It's more just the actual, like, the rail sound that I'm hearing. I don't mind the parps. The parps are great. I never want to not hear those. I want to be across the map and still hear them faintly in the distance echoing throughout the entire world. But I don't want to hear her grind against the railing the entire time. That's quite loud to me. Right. Basic splitter will be fine. Just keep going with tier 3 because I can. We can move those. I've got cables now. What actually are you outputting? 60 per minute. Whoa, okay. Well, I really don't need that, but... Okay. 6, 12, 18, 24, 300 steel beams per minute. With the Mark III belt, it's actually not fast enough. I actually have to do a Mark IV. What a cool feeling. Wow. I guess you can stay, that's fine. It's just... Yeah. And those can be Mark III, that's fine. Need to make sideways conveyor like you have lift elevators? I don't know, maybe? I mean, the benefit of this is we're merging it all into one nice, just, you know, spine. How would that work with, like, a sideways with, like, multiple inputs? Like... I guess what you'd be wanting is just, like a multi-slot thing, but horizontal or something? But then you'd have to figure the spacing for it. Yes. You'll eventually get power put on the walls when they get built, but that's going to be probably a weekend project making all this look decent. May or may not get around to doing the rail lines exactly. I can straighten them out for the most part, but I might be having to reroute the entire train line as a whole. Oh, look out. It's happening. It's got cargo. pretty okay with that. And I'm pretty okay with this output. I'm surprised, actually. I wasn't expecting it to already be kind of substantial. It's 4, 8, 12, 16, 240, which is, yeah, that's what we've got. And then I still have another pure node, so we can double this and get 600 beams per minute being made up, which is enough for a while. That's a bunch of screws. Assuming we even need to be sticking with screws for long. What the... what do we got here in the MAM? The steel canister! It's kind of funky. None? None of the above? I don't know. Like I could maybe see this, but iron and copper together is frustrating a little bit to have to find both of those to get anything out of this. Steel canisters, I don't really see the point. Making 40 per minute. Or plastic works just as well. I mean, a lot of the plastic is going to be used for other stuff, I suppose, so this allows you to free up the plastic for that stuff. I guess. And then the steel can be made with the petroleum coke that you're refining, I guess. So you can kind of loop the whole thing around then, I guess. So I can use liquid slash canisters without being near oil. Guess. Then the cheap silica was, I think, something I was kind of interested in once upon a time. Makes 26.25 per minute, makes less. Still uses the raw quartz, and to throw a little bit of limestone into it, though. Why does this seem worse in every way? I guess it would be using less raw quartz per minute. I don't know how much the default recipe uses per minute. So if you really don't have that much quartz, you like water it down with limestone and just pretend really, really hard. I don't know. Maybe, I guess. I don't see us using that recipe much, but it strikes me as one of those where if you need it, you need it, I guess. Because, yeah, it does eliminate the need to make plastic. It's just like, what am I bottling, though? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. I'm sure it has a very awesome specific use. I just don't know enough to know what that would be. Oh, here it comes again. Watch this. Oh, stand back. Look out. Outgoing transfer rate. 2 items per minute. Wow, that's so good. What I go with. This is actually quite cool that it brings you with. It's actually a little bit impressive. It's also a fairly smooth movement. Yeah, alright. A decent little load there. Stand on the freight car while it's empty and it's loading and just get squashed. That'll probably ragdoll me out, I would imagine. Should have gone with the train. Oh well. Take me with you. Have I let the train hit me yet? Not yet, but I feel like we're about to. Click, 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 click. I'm gonna murder one day. And it's gonna drop nothing. And I won't be surprised. Never did get tier 2 pipes. That'd be the next thing to go for. I think that needed more heavy modular frames though for that research. Another 50 or something. Think those are unkillable? That'd make me a little sad. Scary down there. Oh. Oh. Can ride on their back? The flying things. That's neat. Do they have kind of a cool route that's actually like actually useful, or just a fun little side thing? Come on, train, where you at? You're so slow. Just a fun little side thing. Fair enough. Oh! Didn't even ragdoll me. Disappointed. The tracks don't even change color. Man, are trains like super new? Like, they put them in last December when the game last updated. I can't do anything with these. What the hell? Ah, so half-baked. Why are you always like that? Toggle that way and stay that way. Gosh darn it. Okay, cool. So from here, it's pulled out. Oof, that was a bad one. Pulled out from here, we could get a kind of kind of a logistics thing going, I guess. What buildings would need it, though? rotors. The frames somewhere back. Ah, it's there. And possibly also the steelworks building itself over there. So I guess we could have a truck station that does the... I guess the proper pickup and drop-offs. We could also get this guy to drop off then some coal. And this also acts as a refuel station. Also haven't used a proper truck yet. I was thinking just a tractor though. Oh, missing rotors, okay. But yeah, they could output, and then one of these outputs could also be a smart output, I guess. I'd probably actually just have it maybe zipper into... Yeah, probably just like output everything, but we do zipper output with one of them being a smart. And it smarts into the fuel. And then straight on would be the steel beams. And then any spillover just, I guess, right back in. I suppose, since we'd probably be getting a huge backlog of coal. I'm a little bit considering actually just having conveyor belts deliver stuff around, because then I have to have another truck station set up at these places that are receiving. I do have room for it, but... I don't know. It's something to think on. It's just, this guy's a little bit far away to just have the stuff conveyor belted over to where I'd like to have that delivered by truck. Or tractor. Whichever, you know what I mean. Yeah, because I could get a truck station parked up along the side. That'd be okay. It's kind of sort of neatly tucked away in the corner here. Its output wraps around. Because the catwalk doesn't go all the way around, so we can like wrap into whichever floor it needs to be in to make the screws. Kinda. Actually, that might be okay. And then just like that corner foundation piece. Wait. I don't think there's a corner piece actually for this. I forgot. Just come by, turn in, out. Yeah, maybe. I needed what? Rotors? Yeah. Rotors and also some frames. And a little bit of cable. I'd kind of like to have more control over what these trucks are delivering exactly as well, because I could just have one truck doing the delivery as well. Just fill up your inventory and distribute some into these containers, but the containers are so big it's going to be several trips with the truck before everything finally gets their fill. I'd like to have a storage container, but I blacklist some slots of it and such. So it doesn't put anything in those slots, so I can make a big storage container actually just like 8 slots. So then I could have one truck keep together like 6 storage containers completely full with its one load. Oh yeah, cables. Wait. I got cables. But because I can't do that, I think I need to have a few tractors then doing their thing. Which is the benefit of using a conveyor belt to move stuff around, because then I get full control over how much is getting what. So I could see about having, since rotors are getting it, and this guy's getting it, I could have a truck station just here or something. And then from here, we belt out to wherever. It could even be... Could even be like a truck station that's like kind of on the side of the road or something. And then its output could like come up from underneath. So I don't have to deal with a wild intersection, but I don't know if I can make that look decent. So I'd probably just go with... something like that. It's enough space for like a center window or two. Yeah, I think I want to go with that. I think that seems best. Because it's going to be really difficult getting so many tractors coordinated to move around places, and if I need to have like a bigger rotor building or something and I have to resize it, it'd be nice to be able to do that without having to also worry about moving the truck station. Looks at paper in hand. How many trains? Just the one train. One train with 2 cargo things. Plenty for now. And also just one truck to rule them all. Because why not go truck? I want to try a truck. I haven't made a truck yet. Sorry, a truck. What am I missing? Screws. Oh. Screw you. God, it's already almost 3. It's an entertaining enough game to play, but good God, the pace is slow sometimes. I mean, some of that's probably also just me. It's just one of those, like, I've been playing it for, like, the whole day, and, what'd you do? I got a train set up. Oh, cool. What's it do? It delivers a baseline material. Steel beams. Wow. Wow. That sounds great, Yeti. God, it is very big, though, this. Okay, there's that. It has no fuel or anything yet, but one day, replaced one train, it delivers water. Yeah, it's something like that. Well. That'll be enough. Has to be. What happens when you don't jump over the power pole? While ziplining, I assume. You hit the pole and stop. Well, you kind of like run into the pole and it auto lets go, which sort of causes you to jump a little bit. Every time you let go, you do like a little jump. But it kills all the momentum. It's no good. Make it look pretty later. Those are outputs. So I want a smart splitter for yeah, I guess there. Straight ahead then is coal. The right output is, well, steel beams, but really any. Left output is overflow. And that will loop back into I guess a basic splitter into these. It's a shame their inventories aren't like linked up. I guess I could make them linked up with like a riser array, and we get to do First, outer, inner, last. Oh. Wow. Look. Maths. But I don't think that'll actually balance out their inventories. It'll just move shit around a lot. Yeah, the little tabs on the side, yeah, to indicate if it's output or input. Yeah. I don't like believing it, though. No particular reason. I just like to see the arrows. You alright? So, there's that. And there's that. And your overflow. Splits off into these. Just about. Love to just grab and pull things, man. And tier 4, because why not? I'm like, just about rich. Not the platform, the conveyor belt, the thing I'm looking at, game. We've been through this. Shame. That's okay, though. I can scoot it all. I guess I could have the merger up here. Also, kinda works. Right. Such a fat belt, it barely even fits into these. All right. I need to make these into beams still. That's why it felt like I was making so much, way more than I thought, because we're not even there yet. How do I get things into the inventory at the bottom? Hover over and press a number, and it gets bound there. And then Alt scroll wheel to change which hotbar. I don't remember if that's default or if I bound it to be that. So to get these into steel beams, because these are still steel ingots. Steel beam. That brings that number down a lot. Okay. Yeah, so that's that. So steel beams need to be made at constructors and we transfer those over. Right. Okay. Is it easier to just make them here now at this point? Might be. The thing is like if I deliver coal, I'd have to have like one of these platforms specifically coal, just for like a little bit of coal. There's no great way that I can think of to have just a bit of coal come in here. Because if I do a loop back thing, right? And I'm like, sure, coal comes out and then loops back around. Because this, for whatever ungodly reason, is doing first in, last out all the time, with no way to change it. Then the coal comes right back in. And then comes right back out again. So like, if it can't move past that stack of coal that's in there. So I'd have to have a loop back belt that's bigger than at least one whole stack of coal to have any hope of being able to do anything with it. It'd have to like loop back into just a massive amount of storage, which then has overflow into just melting it, I guess, at a ticket station. Like, delivering coal, I think that's just like basically out. It's so problematic. It's logistics issues because of game limitations and not actually any proper things. Alright, well, I guess I could... I guess we could make it here. I guess. It's really not what I initially intended. How much room did we have over here? Oh, jeez. It's still going to be enough beams. That's not really the issue. We're only going to be bringing over just like 60, I think, per minute, which is still a ton of screws. That's still like 2,000 screws per minute plus. Plenty. And I got the constructors to make it happen. Plonk some hyper tubes on the underside of this rail or something. I don't even... Oh. There's probably a cave there. Some of the cave systems in this game are pretty crazy. Could be just about anywhere. There is enough extra coal, I think. If I did want to see about chaining it over, it's just the spillover so I'm not clogging up the line, just endlessly filtering through the same stack of coal forever. I'd have to have like the ticket recycling machine going. So I don't even really need this ramp, I think, right? That was more for, like, attentively there for maybe the train station. I think direct output? Steel beam? Yeah, 60 per minute, 15 out. Are you okay? Ah. There we are. Now you should all be getting fed. Alright, dude, you can't stay here. I'll deconstruct you, I'll do it. This is fine. I'm used to the basic smelters not lining up very well. Actually, I'll wait on the roof because I don't know what I'm doing with it, and I'd like the ceiling mounted power. So I will be back for that. $15.30, $45.60, $75. It's a bit more what I expect. About 300 was a little bit insane. Still enough though, especially since we can still bring it up to 150. No problem. I'm just gonna have to do a little bit of a cleanse at the first station. Basically just gut the entire inventory that it's got. Blast off. I guess I'll make the spine tier 4 because, why not? I can get through their backlog quite a bit faster. Well, it took it a minute. Harp. See ya. Thanks, train. My god, the train can still kill. Yeah, this is fine. I got backup equipment if necessary, but nah. Oh god, I'm so slow. It's like I'm running in a dream. Gotta before the train makes it back. There. Okay. So now that can technically be hooked back up and I can ride the train back to my body. And I think I generally wrap it up then. I completed my objective today. So that's nice. Yeah, alright, I'll just jump on you. I trust it, dropped it off fine. Already, but you didn't finish your PC yet. I warned you. You're too slow. You said not to rush you. Well, it's like kind of a decent stopping point though. Like I did generally what I wanted to do. I would have also liked to have maybe torn down the modular frame building and like made it more efficient, but this sort of steel beam flub up kind of inhibited that a bit. Well, we still got the train up. Got it researched, got it made, did some hard drive stuff, found a little bit of overclocking material again. We've got steel beams being made, which can be expanded by simply just building the second floor of the iron smelting. That's no problem. Train seems to be doing its thing. Just need to actually get the logistics sorted for how to move the steel beams throughout the factory now, which is basically already done. Just simple train drop off. Refueling the train, I guess I just borrow some coal from something, or maybe I run the packaged fuel line down, since I haven't done that either. Then I kind of need to automate the fuel as well. Bottling, make the canisters. Figure it out. Over the weekend, if I do much with this, I'll see about cleaning up this line a little bit and getting these like actual rail platforms a little more good. And maybe also a general just overall train reroute in its entirety. Because while this way works, it could be that I just can't really make it look good and supported. I don't know. It might also just be a project that has to last, you know, a while. I just chip away at it little by little.